It's always been that way. And a lot of people they don't know what they want. Apartment right there. I'm kind of a bit of a poser. Speaking of which, did I show my Edgar Allan Poe figure? Thrown away. So if I didn't, here he is. Interesting take on this. You or think the way I do. Some kind of addiction. I mean, until recently, in like, I don't know, I could get them to that figure and wait. But Jesus Christ in heaven. In fact, I walked out here. I'm one of the older people. I just want to say. And next door to him, the apartment next to him, some shady ass dude moved in there who I had kind of a conflict with. Because, you know, people are drawn to me for whatever reason. A lot of people they don't know what they want. So it's the enemy route. Very strange. But anyway, he was running kind of a teen prostitution ring out of his house, out of his apartment, down at the end there. That's a pretty interesting story, but, you know, like all interesting stories, I tease, we'll never get to it. But he died of fentanyl in his apartment right there. So that's fentanyl death alley. My floor is fentanyl death floor. So I'm not taking any chances with street drugs. Unless I absolutely have to. So, yeah, but I'm not on the street getting drugs. You can't, but I still have to do drugs. This is fucking, what's going on in the world, you know? And plus, you know, I'm kind of a bit of a poser, kind of a intellectual thinking weirdos. I love having my thinking weirdos of history. Avengers team in mind. All those guys that I look up to. We're all cranked out constantly, you know? Speaking of which, did I show my Edgar Allan Poe figure? I filmed the thing where I did, but I never know what makes it into the episode because I just shoot footage and a lot of it gets thrown away. So if I didn't, here he is. Yay! All right, we saw it. So I'm always driven to do something, and Jung has a interesting take on this. He almost feels like people like myself, or people, you know, that kind of do the things I do or think the way I do, tend to end up in some kind of addiction, and it actually helps our process. I wouldn't say, I mean, until recently when I got into 7-0, I haven't been addicted to anything since I quit opioids in like, I don't know, 8 years ago? No, 9 years ago? Right after I came to Hawaii. Well, because you know what? When I got to Hawaii, I was off opioids, and I fell into a circle where I could get them. And then that became a hassle, and I started doing more kratom instead. And then just never went back to them. I haven't taken a opioid pill, like a real one. Yeah, probably the gas station drug technology quickly. The ones I used to have, they make them be fentanyl in it on the cover. They have to put that stuff. Soon put regulations. You know, have to do. They got this feel for it tastes like shit, but I've only done it a handful of times. A line of products, taken other kratom, which are combinations of alkaloids. Got me thinking about this, as well as another than someone like me who is exactly how I described it. Thing about it, they're isolating the thing that gets you fucked out, taking the architecture of that and recreating it in a synthetic way, what we call 7-0. And I remember at the time, like, I'm not done. I'm not a professional chemist. I'm not like Vampire Kiril. I'm not like Vampire Kiril. He's an actual, well, he's an alchemist. I'm not like professional chemist. I'm not like Vampire Kiril. He's an actual, well, he's an alchemist. I love that guy. That guy's fucking off his lid. But someday, if I'm dying of some kind of disease, I'm gonna go to him. He's gonna save me. Hopefully, probably for a price, but that's okay. You know, he's fucking. If you're good at something, whatever the rest of the saying is. So the I'm not like Vampire Kiril. He's an actual, well, he's an alchemist. I love that guy. That guy's fucking off his lid. But someday, if I'm dying of some kind of disease, I'm gonna go to him. He's gonna save me. Hopefully, probably for a price, but that's okay. You know, he's fucking. If you're good at something, whatever the rest of the saying is. So the
Not a no retirement. If I lose, you go to SmackDown. What if I win, you go to SmackDown. If I lose, I'll any give me something. I'm begging for anything, man. This show sucked. That is the bottom line. Because Nate the Great said so. Triple H bowed out and gave up on this show. And this is what I was talking about in my last video when I was talking about how Triple H single-handedly killed this. Because it's when shit's going great, when shit's going good, Triple H wants to take everything. All right, all the praise that he can get. The shit was called the Paul Levesque era. He had Stephanie McMahon go out there on WrestleMania 40 and say this is the start of the Paul Levesque era. Right? Remember that shit? Remember the Paul Levesque era? Remember when they were saying that shit ad nauseum, trying to get that shit over? Like Vince ever had to name an era after himself? The Attitude Era could be named the Vince and Steve era, the Steve and Vince era. It really could, or the Rock, Steve, and Vince era. It really could be, but it's the Attitude Era. And Vince cemented it as such when, they brought it up after, you know what I mean? And, they put that into the show. So when everything is going good, Triple H, it's his era. But when it's bad, when the company needs him the most, when the fans need him the most, when his talent needs him the most, what does he do? He puts in zero effort. And then after this WrestleMania bombs, he will be blaming everybody under the sun besides himself. He will be deflecting hard as fuck. No accountability will be taken. We might be told to fuck off one more time. And this time, I believe the people will, like even the marks at this point, will definitely listen. Like, okay, if it's really fuck off and you're really not going to even try, like this on the last episode, nobody exploded, nothing. Like, Nobody got hit with a car. Nothing. Nobody cheated on nobody. Nothing. Like, I was watching this compilation from 2019, man. I was watching this compilation from 2019. And they were like, "Oh, do you really want Vince back?" And it was like showing all the storylines and things from 2019. And that was the year where it was WWE was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. But I'll take 2019 WWE over 2026, 2025, 2024 WWE any day of the year. I'll take it 1,000 times out of 10. Why? Because there were actual storylines at the Did the storylines suck? Yes. Yes, they were trash. The storylines were trash, but they had arcs. They had characters who acted certain way. Like, not everybody was a blanks, like, you know what I mean? Just a fucking wet blanket, just no personality at all. Just, I want to be the best wrestler. At the very least, people were cheating. You know what I'm saying? Liv Morgan and Lana are kissing on live TV. You know what I'm saying? Rusev got a bitch pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, at the very least, man. Was it ass? Yes. Did we get the big dog? You know what I mean? And the Baron Corbin feud during that time? Yeah, we did. It was bad. The dog food was bad, man. I'm not defending it. I'm not. But what I am saying is, I would much rather have that than this. No effort at all. No storylines in sight. Just brawls, promos, and matches. That's what this show was. When the company...
I'm not like Vampire Kiril. He's an actual, like, he's an alchemist. I love that guy. That guy's fucking off his lid. But someday, if I'm dying of some kind of disease, I'm gonna go to him. He's gonna save me. Hopefully, probably for a price, but that's okay. You know, he's fucking. If you're good at something, whatever the rest of the saying is. So the
Ducky, quack, quack.
I'm not like Vampire Kiril. He's an actual, like, he's an alchemist. I love that guy. That guy's fucking off his lid. But someday, if I'm dying of some kind of disease, I'm gonna go to him. He's gonna save me. Hopefully, probably for a price, but that's okay. You know, he's fucking. If you're good at something, whatever the rest of the saying is. So the
Ducky, quack, quack.
I'm not like Vampire Kiril. He's an actual, well, he's an alchemist. The I'm not like Vampire Kiril. He's an actual, well, he's an alchemist. I love that guy. That guy's fucking off his lid. But someday, if I'm dying of some kind of disease, I'm gonna go to him. He's gonna save me. Hopefully, probably for a price, but that's okay. You know, he's fucking. If you're good at something, whatever the rest of the saying is. So the
Ducky, quack, quack.
if you're good at something, whatever the rest of the saying is. So he's an actual, well, he's an alchemist. I love that guy. That guy's fucking off his lid. But someday, if I'm dying of some kind of disease, I'm gonna go to him. He's gonna save me. Hopefully, probably for a price, but that's okay. You know, he's fucking. If you're good at something, whatever the rest of the saying is. So the
Ducky, quack, quack.
whatever the rest of the saying is. So the
Ducky, quack, quack.
Speaking of more oomph, Pat McAfee pulled up in the back, Brian. Do you have a cold drink? Do you have a pillow for your chair? This is going to be a while. Are you all comfortable?
Yeah, I have a cold drink and there's no pillow for my chair, but yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're, I want everybody to settle in because we're going to be here for a while, because McAfee got more television time than Nixon did during the fucking Watergate hearings. So McAfee pulls up and Aldous tells him, because he asked, yes, I've spread the word, nobody can touch you. And then Jelly Roll rolls up, and Jelly's hot and asking McAfee, did you tell Randy to RKO me? You shouldn't even be here. You're not a part of our business. Or is it that was McAfee said? Was McAfee said that? I can't remember. I just jotted down, not a part of our business, question mark. But Jelly Roll jacks Pat McAfee up against the wall, and Aldous is separating them from this argument they're having. And I'm thinking, this is just not good.
It's non-wrestlers doing wrestling angles.
Yes. And it looks like it. It looks like the wrestling school local cable access TVs you see, or even OVW in current day. Guys, non-wrestling people that have watched wrestling doing wrestling angles. But it was 9 o'clock, so the McAfee's the ratings juggernaut, Brian. So that's why they sent him out to the. And did you hear that apparently this was even changed? Originally, this was the information that's floating around the internet. That this was originally scheduled for later on in the show, but they shuffled the fucking format to get this on earlier and put Io Sky and Jane Cargill in the main event. So they really count on this 9 o'clock. I wish we got quarter hours still. But now McAfee goes to the ring, and we talked about the crowd not particularly being a demonstrative crowd in relation to some that have, some they've had here recently. But the people were booing him. But what I said earlier, I think they weren't having fun booing him, were they? Did it sound to you? It was like, no, please, no.
It was a we don't want this boo, as opposed to a boo. It was more boo. Like they didn't want this. And it got worse and worse the longer it went.
A sort of a groan booing.
I mean, or it's next level great, because I never thought to have the heels put down everyone and then offer a discount. The fuck?
Yeah, well, like,
you're all a bunch of idiots, but if you need a great deal, I got a deal for you.
I got to get there first, because the people who didn't see this have to have the whole scope of the meaning of the context of this thing. He comes to the ring, he calls San Jose a shithole, which was bleeped, but he flipped the crowd the double fingers. And then, of course, he knew it. He knows enough, he knew that when he mentioned CM Punk's, they'd be like, you people are the kind of people that chant for CM Punk, that they would chant CM Punk, CM Punk. But then he cuts a promo on Punk, talking about the pipe bomb that he did, talking about lowering the ticket prices and a blah, blah. Well, hey, what was he wearing? He was wearing all of his merchandise. He's got 280 things on sale on the website. So where does all that money go? Does it go to the needy WrestleMania families, or does it go to Punk's I'm Sorry Saudi Arabia fund? So now he's literally burying the top fucking babyface.
Well, first of all, you said it a lot more coherently than he did, because I was trying to follow him.
No, it took him about 3 or 4 minutes to get that out.
Yeah, and it's fair game to criticize Punk for that Saudi Arabia thing, but if you were going to do it, you have to be able to do it. Like, it was a struggle for him, and then it didn't get the big reaction. Because a lot of people don't even know what he's talking about.
Well, and I'm sorry I was more succinct. I was trying to save the people's fucking feelings out there listening to us, unlike him. But the point is, he was, when you're burying, not even Punk burying a bit about Saudi Arabia, it's the money he's making. Oh, yeah, he can come out and say Punk got to a babyface response for saying they ought to lower the ticket prices. And as I mentioned before, that was a great babyface line. But then the heel counters by reminding the people that they're buying Punk's merchandise and he gets money from that. That's not the right light to paint the babyface in.
And he came out and said, I'm on the side of the owners, as opposed to the players. This whole thing was, if you actually try to follow it and make sense of it, in terms of what's right, it contradicts itself like almost every other sentence. But
the next thing, it talks about Punk when he gets in front, however he phrased it, Punk for the bosses rolls over like a little bitch. But I'm a man of action. If Punk says the ticket prices are too high, I swear to God, he said this. I'm trying to jot this down in shorthand. If it wasn't for Randy Orton, why would anybody want to spend money on WrestleMania? And I wrote, he knows how to be a heel, but not the right things to say. And it's not even his fault. McAfee's still new at this, not the athletic part, but the fucking main event level vocal performance part. Remember what Jerry Jarrett told me the first time I was ever on TV when I was giving an award to Jackie Fargo? I said, should I give him the introductions like the biggest box office attraction? No. We don't want to remind the fans how much they paid to see Jackie Fargo. We want to remind them how much they loved him and how great a wrestler he was. The heel brags about how much the people paid to see. So he basically said that he called their Ram Trucks, which I guess is sponsoring something around here, and he got a 25% discount off the Saturday night WrestleMania show now until the end of Raw, so the whole weekend for that, but then told people, Sunday, don't spend any money. Don't spend any money to see Sunday. Just get 25% off Saturday to see Randy Orton win the title. Are they letting him just blurt these things out? Or is again, Ari Emanuel, who is his agent and chief, president of his fan club, is he say shit like that? Because Ari Emanuel, they don't understand the exact intricacies of wrestling logic. And I don't know who is not the one that doesn't understand this. But somebody doesn't understand this. So before Cody comes out, tell me what you think so far.
I was waiting to see what this was going to be because they saw the reaction it got from everyone last week. And I was everything he said, I kept getting more and more blown away. I'm like, oh my God, when he buried the idea of paying for Sunday, which on its face is ridiculous because if you're going to Vegas for Saturday, the whole idea is you're going to do both shows.
Oh, yeah.
But again, he's burying the baby faces, he's burying the fans, and then he's like, let me give you this great deal from our sponsor. It buries the sponsor. They didn't think of that. It buries the sponsor. And then it also reeks of desperation. We're a week away from WrestleMania. 25% off for a ticket. It'll be 50% off in the middle of the week, I bet.
They should have got Don West to come out and do a home shopping fucking thing in a box in the corner of the whole show. And now it's 82% off.
It's until the end of Raw. Who's going to show up on Raw and offer a different discount? I mean it. It's either has to be Punk, right? It has to be a babyface. Punk, maybe Cody, but probably Punk. But someone has to be a babyface and go, this discount lasts the rest of the week. We're not going to let Pat McAfee take this discount from you.
But here's the point that I was going to make more.
He doesn't know what to say, though. He doesn't know. You're right. He doesn't know what to say.
And that's the point I was going to make. And when I went off on a tangent, I'll make it more succinctly. After he cussed the people and he's obnoxious and he had been droning on for a while at this point, by the time that he got to announcing the discount, I was thinking to myself, the average person has to be going, fuck your discount. Take your fucking discount, shove it up your ass. I wouldn't see you for free, motherfucker.
They booed him in the building when he announced his discount for this event in another city. When the heel announced his deal for other people somewhere else, they booed him.
So anyway, then that's when Cody's music played. Yes, folks, we're still going. And he got the big entrance and the people didn't go nuts. Like that, it's a part of a pattern. I'm not saying he's the only one, but it wasn't the whoa that we were getting just until recent times. But he did get a pop with when he said, Pat, I don't think you belong here. And boy, that kind of is what everybody's thinking. And he did the only promo that he really could do in this. You are a play wrestler doing catchphrases from 30 years ago. We need to get you a replica belt and let you do your favorites entrance and then go back to whoever stuck you in here and say, thank you, Daddy. Because Pat McAfee, the modern day George Goulas. Except who would have thought that Ari Emanuel would be Nick? So then Cody says he quoted Paul Bosch because now they're trying to do the inside stuff too. And he said they're not marks, they're customers. But Cody did, because you could tell, because he's probably trying to have a healthy outlet for the pissed offness he must have now. He could have fired up promo, and basically when you grow up and everything you have is because of the customers, they're my family, point at the fans, and defended our business somewhat from this interloper, and then said for the first time ever, the entire wrestling fandom agrees they don't want to see you at WrestleMania, Pat. They want you to go home. And the people like, go home, Pat, go home, Pat. And I thought, oh, that was a great way to end. That wasn't the end. Did you think it was the end, Brian? I thought it was the end.
I thought that was the go home one, yeah.
It wasn't the end. Because then Pat said, I am home. I was born to be here. And then he points out that Cody is the fakest dude on earth. His fake tan and his teeth and his hair and a $10,000 suit and a cosplay chick. Anything he can do to drive a wedge in between Cody and the family of fans that he has just roused up with his promo, McAfee is just completely shredding. And he's got a message for Cody and his inbred family. If Orton doesn't leave WrestleMania as champion, you'll never see me in this business again. And the fans start chanting, go home, Pat, go home, Pat. And I'm thinking, wow, that was a pretty strong thing to end on. They didn't end. It wasn't over yet. Was it over, Brian?
That wasn't over, and also the stipulation all but promised that Pat McAfee on this show isn't over either.
Well, exactly. And they have pretty much, one would think with that guaranteed, unless it's some bullshit that they've lied about, guaranteed that Orton's going to win the belt, which we said about 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago before this nightmare occurred, that the people want to see that and the place's roof's going to blow off. I don't know whether now that they want to fucking see that or not. But nevertheless, it's not over. More than one way. Because Cody told Pat that he was high. He said, I guess you're stoned. Take off your glasses. What? I don't. And they need to get Gunther out there and put you to sleep. And I'm thinking, well, how the fuck is Gunther? Because I'm thinking, here comes Gunther to put him to sleep. I'm like, how are they going to make sense out of that?
And the people pop. People are like, yeah, we want
And
Gunther
the people
now.
pop, yeah, we want Gunther to come out and put him to sleep. But then Cody turned to leave the ring, and I'm like, well, wait, what the fuck? And I still don't know I don't know why that was the line that he chose to turn and leave on. But Pat, as Cody is walking out, is still on the microphone. And he's getting bleeped some more. I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Are you going to suck Triple H's ass? That didn't get bleeped. And Cody takes his coat off and he's coming back to the ring now. And right as he gets back to the ring and he's going to do something about this tirade that McAfee has given, Orton's on the screen. I'm like, oh, Christ on a cracker. It goes on. Orton is saying, hey, look down here. And the camera pans down and there's Jelly Roll writhing in pain on the ground, looking like a deflated Macy's parade balloon. Come get your boy. Or, hey, I'll bring him to you. So he grabs Jelly Roll by the leg. He starts dragging him out. I got to admire Jelly Roll's commitment to his fucking art here. Because you don't have to get drugged across the stage when you're a singer. But thankfully, for Orton's benefit, he's lost that 250 pounds. Either Orton would have sprained his back or thrown his shoulder out again, or Jelly Roll's leg would have popped out like one of those Power Town figures. So, anyway, Orton drags Jelly out into the arena, and Cody goes down to the aisle to help Jelly. And, of course, Orton takes off. Well, then McAfee distracts Cody so that Orton can come back out and glom him from behind. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's still going on. Orton beats up Cody. They get in the ring, and Pat throws some cheap shots. And then Jelly. Oh, Jelly. Jelly, how I love you, my dear old Jelly. Jelly gets up, and Zombie walks to the ring. His clothes are all ripped. He's a warrior, folks. And as McAfee, he gets up on the apron, as McAfee comes to punch him, because, Jelly Roll obviously has been working out with The Undertaker. Jelly Roll just reaches out and snatches Pat. Now you've got this goddamn, I don't care how much weight he's lost. Nobody can term this, again, fat fucking inflated skin bag as an athlete. And McAfee at least was a goddamn NFL star punter, as they say. Maybe it's the UK definition of a punter. Jelly Roll reaches out and snatches McAfee by the neck like it's the Undertaker snatching some druid. And McAfee just he's frozen in pain. And then fucking Orton has to nail Jelly to save McAfee. And then Cody gets up and fights back. But this sounds more exciting when I'm saying it than it was on screen. It wasn't like happening with urgency, and the people weren't screaming and jumping up and waving shit in the air. It was just going on. And then McAfee stopped Cody, and Orton DDT'd Cody. And then McAfee saw the belt and handed the belt to Orton, and Orton waited for Cody to stand up, and then he hit Cody over the head with the belt. And then they stood there. I believe it was 23 minutes from start to finish. I lost a little bit of track there, but it seemed so much longer.
Yeah, counterproductive, bad, not getting the reactions I think that they hope for. For fans at home, this is a sad reality of what they're building towards. The big tag match with Cody and Jelly versus Randy and Pat McAfee.
And now let's not let anybody think that you're kidding. You're not ribbing here. This is what allegedly they're planning for the May pay-per-view.
Coincidentally enough, a lot of the fans are planning to do other things for the for the May pay-per-view. I mean, this whole thing is a real sad exposure of TKO and what they think of their wrestling property. I'm not going to lie, hearing about all this over the last week and hearing that Ari Emanuel from the top is getting involved because whether it's they care about WrestleMania ticket sales, this hasn't done anything to help ticket sales. In case no one's noticed, like nothing they've done in the last 2 weeks has caused a large amount of people to go, you know what? Maybe we should go to Vegas. But obviously their priorities are different than the wrestling company. If Pat McAfee's being told to go out there and say whatever he wants, who's telling him that? And if Ari Emanuel's making these decisions, how much is he still talking to Vince? Because now it's kind of been exposed in these text messages that came out at least a few years ago. That was the biggest fear they had, Paul Levesque and Nick Khan. Well, more Paul Levesque. Vince is still talking to Mark Shapiro. Vince is still talking to Ari Emanuel. Their attitude is, what's wrong with him giving notes? What's wrong with him sitting in every now and then? You have to wonder how much of their thoughts on things come from. You have to wonder.
Not on this. No.
Go shit on the creative. Go shit on everything happening in the company.
No. Hold on there, cowboy. I'm thinking you're saying that Vince is just purposely telling him stupid shit to do now. Then that may be one thing.
I'm saying that he may be one of the voices Ari Emanuel's listening to. That's above.
I'm saying that there's no way that he wanted Pat McAfee and Jelly Roll. I'm saying that Ari Emanuel, who represents fucking Pat McAfee, who is apparently thinks he's the next Sylvester Stallone action hero in Hollywood. Is that the description that's going around now? Is that what you've heard?
That's what I've heard. I believe even Dave Meltzer heard that because he put it in The Observer. It's ridiculous on its face. Ari Emanuel is one of the most successful, if not the most successful agents in the history of show business. But Pat McAfee is... he's not Rocky Balboa. He's the drunk uncle at the house party on that episode of Freaks and Geeks.
Whatever the case, the fact that all of the sudden, as they say, here comes McAfee and he's at everything, and Emmanuel is his agent, and Jelly Roll, you don't think because for whatever reason, this deformed cretin sells this amount of music, they want him under control where they can somehow plumb the depths of his worth to their corporate bottom line. And so they're getting him, and he's a wrestling fan and he's living his dreams. They're getting them all in this goddamn thing. And they're going to figure out a way to make $20 billion with a 4-way all-male gangbang video with Jelly Roll, Pat McAfee, Cody Rhodes, and Randy Orton, with a special guest appearance from fucking Nick Aldis.
Nick Aldis, leave him alone. What did he do?
He's got to bring in all the fucking dildos.
So in terms of who Ari Emanuel's listening to, what about Dwayne Johnson?
I don't think Ari Emanuel's listening to anybody. I think he is the reason why, because he likes Pat McAfee, and he has put Pat McAfee in this because now they've got the bug. They got the booking bug. They've got the Hollywood guys have finally gone Hollywood on wrestling, and they think they can do this too. And then when they heard that there was controversy, oh yeah, you talk about the higher ups, and yes, this will be great. We'll get all kinds of talk on ESPN.
I'll tell you something. Every single time Pat McAfee talks WWE or has a WWE guest or performs as a heel on his show on ESPN, I think he loses fans. I don't think it's the other way.
He's not a heel. He's not a good heel gimmick. He is a good rah-rah cheerleader kind of.
He's a cheerleader. He's a cheerleader.
Ex-jock fan, color commentator,
softball questions, doesn't ask anything difficult. He's a soft landing spot for WWE if they want to put something out there. They know they can go to Pat McAfee and he'll play ball. But
I mean, just as a wrestling gimmick, it's good. It's okay if he's the energetic. I love the WWE and hey, yeet, yeet, all that. He's personable in that way. As a heel gimmick, he's fucking rotten. Fucking rotten, says somebody he knows might say. You know what we need, Brian?
What do we need?
We need something that can give us a kind of a McAfee-free experience when we're watching these television programs. I wonder if our friends at Surfshark can do that. They can give the Canadian fans the commercial-free WWE experience on Canadian Netflix. They can give all the fans the commercial-free experience on the Canadian Netflix. If you do it right, can they give us a McAfee-free experience on the Surfshark service?
I don't know if that's exactly how it works, but this is a good time of year to remind people about Surfshark and their service because WrestleMania is coming up, and of course it's a pain in the neck in the States to go to the ESPN. Go to ESPN on the Disney app and pay $30.
Well, I thought it was the Disney on the ESPN. It's ESPN on the Disney. Well, now that's why they've got R-Truth in the little Lucy psychiatrist box from Peanuts, telling people how to sign up for this thing that we don't even remember what the name of it is.
That's another great
You don't
idea.
need to worry about that.
Yeah, let's take our craziest character and have him explain to people how to order the pay-per-view. Great idea, but like you said, you don't need to worry about it for once. You can have all the benefits of a WWE fan in Canada.
But without being in Canada, because you got to go to surfshark.com and then they'll put you anywhere your little heart desires. You want to live on a South Seas island with a tropical breeze blowing in your face and the sand in between your toes and the topless lady giving you the Mai Tai. Well, then all you got to do is go to surfshark.com/JCE and you're going to sign up and they're going to send you to the South Seas, metaphorically speaking, and you're going to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN for doing that. Because not only are you going to be able to get access to all these various streaming services that for some reason or another block you out. You know what I'm talking about, Brian. You know what I'm talking about. Just because of your geographical location, sometimes you get screwed, blued, and tattooed, dicked by the dangle dong of destiny. Just because of where you live, I say no. I say fie upon you, sir. Surfshark will fix you up with a brand new abode somewhere that's not discriminated against, like Cambodia or British Columbia. So
Canada.
go to Surfshark.
Canada.
Well, yes. Various places. That's where British Columbia is. You didn't know that?
Well, you started with Cambodia. That's what made me want to stress that we're talking about
Cambodia, they don't discriminate against anybody over there. They're a very free-living society.
I don't know how they do streaming over there, but let's get back to the point here.
It's called Cambodian Streaming Service.
Once again, Netflix in Canada. Canada, we know for sure.
Yes. Well, we know for sure, but the thing is, for people all over the world, you can figure this shit out as you go. Secure your privacy, too. They're not going to let the people in your walls through those cables to harm you or your family while you're asleep or get inside your computer and look at all your naughty pictures. So surfshark.com surfshark.com/JCE, where if you go and sign up with the code JCE, you will get 4 extra months over and above what you're signing up for just for using that code. They'll not only keep you personal and private, but they will allow you to basically bypass the WWE and the streaming services' draconian laws concerning where you live. And of course, then you can access things in a much easier fashion.
And draconian pricing. Don't forget about that. Get around that.
Well, it goes completely without saying that it will be gratis, which means you pay nothing for these fine services that other people are suckered into paying for.
Well, once again, Surfshark, it's WrestleMania season. You need a good option to see WrestleMania from the convenience of your home with a convenient price on a convenient service that you pick, like Netflix in Canada. Jim, let's let the listeners know this great deal from Surfshark.
Surfshark.com/JCE and use that code JCE at checkout. You're going to get 4 extra months on top of what you sign up for just because we love you.
Surfshark.
without any editing. I've showed you guys before in the past. Sorry to call you guys. So the danger of working on several projects at once, at least for me, who are very mistake prone, is that I released a video yesterday that's about Israel and all that kind of shit. And I thought it was something else. I thought it was another one I did about 7-0. So I labeled it all 7-0 and gas station drugs. And I see it on when it uploaded, just hours later. I'm like, oh, I should probably check that to make sure it's, it uploaded well. Because sometimes when you edit something, it looks good, and then you upload it, and you'll notice, oh my god, I forgot. I did that recently. I had a part of the video where I was supposed to show off my Edgar Allan Poe action figure, and it just didn't appear on the screen when I thought it did. It's not like I forgot. I remember putting it up. For whatever reason, it didn't translate. So I like to kind of look at them. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, wait a minute. This has nothing to do with 7-0. It has everything to do with Israel and Hitler and hidden knowledge and all that kind of stuff surrounding World War II. I'm like, well, that would be a bad surprise for some people. That's what's funny about my stuff, is it's kind of all over the place. Well, it's not all over the place. There are certain subjects that I go back to all the time. But in that case, that was quite a spread between the two, what I was presenting and what the content was. So I had to fix that. So that's done. And so I have to I got so many things on deck. My brain lately, more than ever or worse than ever, I don't know if anybody else is kind of feeling this way, it's like scattered. I am coming off the 7-0 thing. I'm going now to get what would be considered my methadone treatment, where I just get like a little bit every day. And in fact, I switched it off with another compound that I've been, what the fuck it's called, undertow, or the Metabia. But it's going all right, I'm just doing a little bit a day, and eventually the idea is there's not going to be any a day. Yeah, like today I'm getting one 30 meg pill. I've been alternating it 7-0 with the MIT, and today is the day I'm going to do a 30 meg 7-0, and just to get my body more used to functioning without it. I've noticed that with all drugs, right, the quicker your withdrawal or the quicker you try to come off a drug, the longer it takes, and the more prone you are to really fall off and just go back into it. So I've learned over time, you just got to do it very, very slowly. So that's what I'm currently doing here. And you know what? This rain is starting to come down pretty bad. So I gotta sign off for a second. Be right back. Living here in Hawaii, I don't want to hear fucking nothing about the male gaze. Because the girls that walk around here, with and I'm not saying that it invites anything. You should be able to dress however you want, but I was just standing with the girl in the corner back there, younger girl, probably late teens, early 20s, who had just like underwear on, very short underwear. Leaving, it was, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, I see stuff all the time, like a lot of thongs, a lot of asses hanging out all the time. But this was like, you woke up and got out of bed and was just like, I'm just rocking this, It's funny. It's funny shit, man. I mean, she was clearly young. Like, I wouldn't even have felt good getting a picture of her thumbnail, as I usually do when I see like a good-looking woman walking by in like scant clothing. I usually, I stop and get the thumbnail because I don't know, I'm a bad person. And I couldn't even do this. It would look fucking terrible. You know. Plus, I can't tell how old people are. They all look like kids to me. So sometimes, you know, I'll be looking at one from a distance and go, wow, look at that. And then she gets closer, it's like, that girl's still in high school, man. Pretty crazy. So yeah, so I don't like hearing these bitches talk about fucking male gaze. It's like you don't have to leave the house with tiny underwear on. You don't have to do that, you know. But whatever, hey. Neither here nor there nor anywhere. I was just in the 7-Eleven store and I did pay them back that $10. You know what? I don't know if that story ever got posted, but basically one day I bought a single pack and admittedly it was my fault. There were some undesirables on the corner and I have to be very I don't relax. I'm not going to be a sheep, a fool, and led to my death. So I'm very vigilant when it comes to certain people, and I'm waiting to cross the street, and they're like kind of behind me, mucking about. They're not going to stand behind me without me looking at them. So I have to turn around and put the street on my back, and I'm just kind of looking in their direction. Sunglasses on. So now I have possible deniability if they suck. I'm like, you looking at? I say, what the fuck are you talking about? But of course I'm looking at them, you know. They ain't getting near me. I'm not fucking, no, sorry. I was watching yesterday. Oh, the fucking Amazon removed the gun from James Bond's hand and all the clips from the movie, like even the movie kind of posters, or you know when you go look for movies online, you have like the movie poster there that you click on it and you watch the movie. They removed the gun from his hand and everything, and then they have scenes from the movie that accompany the artwork, you know, and any scene with him holding a gun or in some kind of action thing had to be removed. So the accompanying images for the film, it just looks like a fucking perfume commercial or something. Now, a point I made, and it's 100% true, they would not do that to Sam Jackson. They would not do that to Shaft. They would not do that, not even black people, but any non-white. They wouldn't remove their fucking, because what it is a symbol of manlyhood. They can't have the white guys with these symbols, you know. Also, they don't want them to have these weapons in their hands because it implies self-defense. It implies the ability to defend themselves, right? And we all know these days how it works. If you are a white man, you're not allowed to defend yourself. That's racist. You have to take your rape, the murder of your children, or whatever else these fucking animals from shitholes all around the world want to do to you. And you gotta just take it. So that's a small symptom of that. They can't be seen in the position of strength. It's pretty freaky. I mean, years ago when they first started doing this, when they first started doing demolition to our white film heroes, and by extension cultural heroes or our myths, they had to debang them all from Luke Skywalker to Superman. You could go down the list, you know. And then you have their paid shills, the shills of the system, the fucking neurotics of the world. And I know I always pick on him, the most obvious, you know, ex-jailbird, weird connection, CIA stuff. He's there, what he's there to do is when you see this kind of stuff, right, and you get angry, he's there to say, yeah, you're right. Yeah, fuck these people, fuck woke Hollywood. And that's where he'll stop. Because you can't say, well, what do you mean by woke Hollywood? Who are these people that run the studio? Who are these Well, these people in charge of the studios, what are their names? He keeps you from that. They all keep you from that. Occasionally we'll add a new guy. Like I remember there was this old guy, you might know him if you know this stuff, a guy named Chato. I remember running into his channel. I'm like, oh, he's kind of funny. He was like an supposedly, he's an ex-TV executive. They all come from Hollywood. They all worked in Hollywood. In jail. It's Hollywood, jail, the military, or all three. All these dudes. And the information's there. You don't have to look that hard. You could, I mean, if you know how to do research. I had research as part of my job description, working in civil engineering, before there was an internet. So I had to go into fucking basements and shit. That's where I saw the giant field books. Field books for civil engineering are little things you put in your back pocket to keep notes. And when we'd have to go look at the real old ones, it would take 2 men to carry them. And we'd be like, and I never once thought, why is a field book this big with this huge writing? And it, you know, now I look at it and I'm like, oh, these belong to giants. But at the time, you know, it's the old veil thing. You're looking right at it, but you don't see it. So, yeah, those guys are meant to give you an explanation as to why this is happening. It has nothing to do with an attack on white virility or white men or anything like that. They have to make sure you know that doesn't even come up. So this older guy, Chato, I'm like, yeah, he's interesting, he's funny, he's interesting. Then all of a sudden you see him appear on everybody else's show. That's how this works. They'll introduce a new guy, he'll get the algorithm rub, he'll start popping up, and then next thing you know, he's one of 16 squares. And these terrible Hollywood Square type live streams that all these guys do, it's awful. There'll be 16 people in little boxes on the screen, many of whom just sit there. You know, they just have to be there because their handlers tell them they have to, not adding anything to the conversation. And then the new guy will do team-ups, and then he becomes a part of the community. It's like, well, that's very unnatural. That's not how that works, you know? It's like all these bigger channels in this, whatever, community, were like, oh, we all started watching this guy and realizing we all liked him, so we invited him into our little clique there. When you get in there, the money gets pretty good because they all do those fucking chats, super chats, and then everybody who's in the square space makes money, and then your channel makes money, you get more advertising. There's and there's other benefits that we don't know about, you know, that they get. Yeah, it's if people would say like, why would they do that? That's a waste of time. They're supposed to. No, it isn't. Michael, this guy from a channel called Retro Blasting, was talking about how he believes they've implanted glowies in the Indiana Jones fan community. The online Indiana Jones fan community, and he's a bit, you know, sus himself, but which I find it funny that you even talk about it. It's like, dude, but you know, I could still get all your information. I know where you're from. But he's funny. I let it go. I brought it up a couple times in comments, and he did not like that. Yeah, he got shills and glowies. I wouldn't consider him a shill. He's just a glowy. He's from, you know, he's from the inside. When you even hint to that, they fucking lose their mind, which is like a bad look, right? If you are glowy and someone kind of alludes to it, not even saying it, just in a joking way, you should probably just be like, yeah, whatever, or not say anything. But these guys, they you know, they're so afraid to blow their cover and their money and their situation with the government or whoever. So I try to tell people all the time, these people have endless resources, endless money, and endless time to control you. Everything is about controlling you in every little fucking minute way they can. It doesn't matter. They want to know, oh, what does this guy like to do? He hangs out in Indiana Jones fan communities and, you know, talks about movies and stuff. All right, well, we have to control that space. And they do. There's no escape from them. They have endless resources. They have endless time. And they have endless money. People always talk about the money. It's like, no, these motherfuckers are the same guys that print the money. You know, people are getting smarter. They're getting more help to this stuff. I mean, even since the time I started this channel, like, I used to be afraid to talk about some of this shit. And now, like, you see just a live stream about it, people in big bold letters. It's like, wow. That's really encouraging, man. It's really encouraging. But people still have a little bit of ways to go. You know, they'll try the moon landing's fake, but, you know, they'll start to talk about the International Space Station and how gravity works with space. It's like, okay, well, I'll check back with you in a year or so. See how you're doing. And you can check back with me a little later today, because I'm sure I'll get something else going once this rain dies down a bit. I had a list. I actually had a list of topics I wanted to hit before they get too old. You know, if I don't get to them, sometimes it's like, you know. So hopefully we can get to some of this stuff. I have a whole fucking giant folder of unedited stuff. Hence the raw dog walk videos where I gotta blow them out. I gotta get rid of them, or I'm only gonna throw them away. Sounds appetizing, right? Until next we meet. Still playing the teacher. There in the school.
I know he died. 6'7".
Jawline check.
Wait, get mine.
Oh shit, Maggie, you have a good one.
the shadows where things get weird. Moments that break and bend wrestlers into something else, leaving behind scars that never fade. These are the tales from the top rope. There's more to pro wrestling than what happened.
If you got trouble sleeping out there, make sure you tune in this weekend to the grandest shame, the grandest stage of them all. Night 1 is gonna feel like a shot of anesthesia. Night 2 is gonna be a little bit better, but it's still gonna be a sleeper. Get comfy, it's gonna be a lot of snoring, dude. We're just days away from WrestleMania 40. Snooze! Oh, Paul Levesque. This was the last Raw before the biggest show of the year? This is your WrestleMania build? What type of build-up is this? If you ask me, this is more like a demolition. And dog, you cannot convince me that WWE, Paul Levesque, somebody in creative, isn't trying to sabotage this product, man. They told me Triple H was gonna finally get in the kitchen and cook when WrestleMania season came. Well, at least they didn't lie. They was right. The bad news is he's cooking using an easy bake oven! With all these soft kitty promos we've been getting, especially from Roman Reigns and Punk really out here with his panties in a bunch because Roman called him old great out of everything you could have been fighting over at Mania. This is what we're doing? A guy with a beard full of gray hairs is mad because he's being called old? That's your main event motivation? You gotta be kidding me. Now, the open female of Brock Lesnar was actually something that was getting people hyped. One of the few things we had until Paul Levesque decided to show up and jump in the segment week after week after week after week, doing absolutely nothing. The first time was cool, it helped. After that, it was redundant. Who told you to be in this storyline over and over and over and over and over again? And you really thought that was gonna gas this matchup up with being in this storyline? You consistently being in it is like your car being on E and you trying to fill up your tank with, I don't know, spring water. It does absolutely nothing but waste everyone's time who watching this crap. You ain't about to break up no fight. You're not about to take no bumps. You're not cutting no promos. You're not about to add anything in this storyline but play your entrance music. Darn, it's all about the lame. And who's his favorite? It's all about all the time that's being wasted watching Raw and Crackdown every single week, man. I promise you, it feels like Triple H is booking this road to WrestleMania with his eyes closed, and it seems like we all got our eyes closed too. Oh, why you say that, Bobby Monsoon? Because I can't see how anyone's looking forward to this.
When we were together. You know, you're the only person in the world who gets to see my head shake. My head shaking. My head shaking. You know, you're the only person in the world who gets to see my head shake. You know, you're the only person in the world who gets to see my head shake. It's because I need you, Cecilia. I know I didn't treat you the way you should have been treated when we were together. But I've learned my lesson. I would burn everything I own just to prove that to you.
Okay.
Okay.
If you want to be a part of this child's life, it has to start with honesty.
Of course.
Which means I need you to admit everything that you did.
You know you're the only person in the world who is handshake.